One of the things that I'm often aware of monitoring, if you will, simply because of my particular state, my particular post in life, is simply how energetic I am. In the sense that, I want to say maybe the vast majority of the time I'm moving about and it's the morning, I have my coffee, but then I still feel just the weariness of it all, and I feel just a slog, and I kind of just feel tired. It's not necessarily because I didn't sleep well, it's not necessarily because I didn't eat sufficiently or anything like that. It is just kind of just, it's a combination of things. It's what's ahead of me, it's the things that I know that I'm not doing. It's psychological in many ways, but then at the same time it's kind of just like this drag. And even though you know you're about to do something fun, something like, let's say, streaming for instance, you come to it and you kind of just feel sluggish about it, and it's just like you're trying to find that thing that'll pick you up, that'll wake you up. It always makes me think of this one X-Play segment, if you remember the old defunct G4 show, where they were talking about the third entry of Max Payne 3, of course. Yeah, I've never played a single one of those games, by the way, so don't ask me, but it is kind of just the idea that they recreated the action of that game, but at the same time they gave the character very like what do you call it, intentionally slow and like hard hitting, like bounces and leaps and things like that. And that's kind of how I feel. I'm entering my Max Payne 3 age of gaming. Hello and welcome to the Ales and Fails stream. I'm your host, Ale Wolf, otherwise known as Ales, gentleman streamer, the excellence of an execution, the no throne Cicerone. And welcome back to the stream, folks. Happy Thursday. Very happy to have you today with me. Starting off a bit early because I know I'm going to have to knock out a bit early as well. Today is Thursday, and of course on Thursdays we play retro games, and we are back to playing Final Fantasy VIII after the last time where we had a fairly poor showing of things, unfortunately. Couldn't defeat the brothers, but you know what? We are back. We're going to crush those brothers, whether you like it or not. I don't know why you would not be rooting for me and just tuning into this channel. You'd be like, I'm gonna tune in to watch this guy fail. You know what? That's my morning. I'm folding laundry. I'm gonna watch this guy fail. And if you're doing that, that's fine. That's okay. You're welcome here. But before we get into the action of Final Fantasy VIII, let's go ahead and talk about what's on tap next. And this is something that I've had before a number of times. This is Radeberger Pilsner, and as you can see, it is a German Pilsner. Just rolls right off the tongue, Radeberger. And as you can see, it's got this nice white can with some gold highlights, some red as well. It makes it look very regal, like very empirical. Yeah, it's kind of a solid Pilsner. But what exactly is a Pilsner, you might be asking yourself. You're like, ales, all I drink are light golden ales. I don't know what this Pilsner you're talking about. So a Pilsner is interesting. It's a style that originated in the Czech city of Pilsen. Anyways, the first Pilsner was actually Pilsner Urquell, named so after the particular brewery that made it. And so what it is a lager. Now, as you might recall, a lager is different than an ale. Lagers are bottom fermenting, whereas ales are top fermenting. Lagers also ferment at a much cooler temperature than ales. And so, as I suggested, because the yeast is all the way at the bottom of that fermentation tank, a lot of what you have at the top is very crisp, very clear. Lagers are generally very light beverages, very refreshing, I find them. Which, of course, does not mean that they lack any of the great flavor notes of an ale. While I like to think that an ale, has the complexity because of everything that constitutes it, a lager still has concentrated, consistent flavor about them. So a pale lager is a type of lager that has a bit more spicy hops to it. It makes it a bit more steely, a little more bitter, if you will. So essentially it's a lager with a bit more of a hop character to them. And again, very popular in the Germanic regions, very popular in Europe. But that's what I know about Pilsners. Let's actually see what Untappd has to say on the issue. Let's navigate over this way. And of course, it's not maxed. There it goes. So a 4.8% alcohol by volume Radeberger Pilsner made by the Radeberger Group. You think they took their name after their Pilsner? I don't know. Crowned the official drink by King Friedrich August 3rd of Saxony. Radeberger, a Pilsner-style beer brewed near Dresden, is characterized by its dazzling and refreshing taste and has long been enjoyed by German nobility. So as you can guess, we are drinking the beverage of German nobility. If that was the question on your mind, yes, you're essentially drinking what those German kings were drinking. But yeah, kind of an apt description. Let's go ahead and actually taste it for ourselves. So yeah, just a bit tired today. Even though, really, the most exciting part of my week, I tend to think, is just the streaming. It is essentially what I'm preparing for the entire time, and yet sometimes I just can't find the energy for it. It's kind of silly, but you know what? Here we are trying, because I know, and you know, that by the end of it, we're gonna be fairly satisfied with the results. It's kind of interesting. Now that I have a microphone arm, I definitely have to be more deliberate about the way in which I move glasses and my arms right in front of me, because it is the sort of thing where I have this giant floating thing in front of me. Spills will be inevitable. So as you can see, incredibly clear, incredibly light-bodied, some crispiness there. It almost looks like champagne without such big bubbles. In terms of a head, very thick, very steely notes, good sense of pale malts on the nose, a little bit of a roast but not too strongly. Feminale here, viewer. Thank you once again for tuning in. And so once again, very light bodied, a 1 out of 5 in terms of body composition. Very strong character of those noble hops. If you've ever had any German beers, or honestly European beers from that region, the noble hops, I feel, have like this earthy, steely quality about them. It's not simple bitterness, it's kind of like a complex package that includes, like, I don't know, like things, what am I trying to say here? Let me simply suggest steely notes. Maybe we'll go into that more. That being said, strong bitterness, but it is not something that builds up. It is not something to fear. I know that a lot of people don't care for the bitter stuff, but I would say that this is actually mostly refreshing, and it is kind of a self-contained package. The bitterness doesn't actually linger. There's some sweetness in the malts, but not too strongly. And then I want to say maybe like crackling French bread is kind of the notes that I'm getting from here. So kind of a delicious drink. I want to say Radeberger Pilsner is probably my workhorse when it comes to Pilsners that I really love. Let's go ahead and sign in. Apparently I wasn't signed in this entire time. I am not a robot, dear sir. I don't know why you logged me out. 3.5 is probably as high as I give most Pilsners, so voila, we've got it. Cheers to you, my good sir. But that is what we will be drinking for the next couple of hours. Maybe hours, who knows. I generally like to talk a little bit about the things that I've been indulging recently. And of course, stop me if you've heard this, but I have been watching The Boys season 4. And of course, this is not really a great... Can we just go here? There, The Boys season 4. And of course, the problem here is that if I start showing any of the trailer, Twitch is going to condemn me for showing any part of that. Let's go over here, actually. So The Boys season 4, I feel like I'm about 4 or 5 episodes in. The craziness is indeed picking up. Just a small primer on season 4. Butcher is on his way out. He still wants to save Homelander's kid, and the rest of the boys are trying to stop the congresswoman, who apparently has Soup's powers. And for what reason she wants to take the White House, that's kind of what her plan seems to be. That's kind of on the background. At the same time, Homelander's becoming this pseudo-political figure, and he's trying to rally like regular Joes against the people that support the more progressive movement of the Starlighters. It's pretty fun stuff. Lots of lots of hard-hitting imagery. If you know The Boys season 4 and we're talking about hard-hitting imagery, you know exactly what restroom scene I'm talking about. So yeah, The Boys season 4. I'll report back once I've actually finished it. It's a lot of good time. The new thing that I've been watching though, it's a little bit different. This one I've been watching with my partner, and it's this series on Netflix called The Influencer. And The Influencer is this Korean show where you got these Korean influencers, internet celebrities. They can be like TikTokers or like streamers or YouTubers, what have you. And you know, they all have huge followings, and they're competing round after round to see who is the best influencer. And they do some very interesting ways. Like in the first round, I think it was just like, oh, okay, present yourself and try to see if you can get the most likes or dislikes from the rest of the audience who were also participating in this particular challenge. And the idea is like, well, who wins? Is it the person that has the most likes, which would be the logical thing, or is it the person that has the most votes in total, or is it the person that has, you know, the most dislikes, or, you know, somebody that stays in the quiet? So lots of interesting characters, very cool stuff. I think I've seen up until round 4, and it is kind of this idea where they're trying to take the most eye-grabbing pictures. They're like taking their phones, they're taking pictures, and they're showing it to a random pool of audience. And using eye tracking technology, they're trying to see how long they will actually stay looking at that picture. So it's kind of cool. It talks about, you know, social media and things like that. Very interested to see what the challenges are. I don't know any Korean influencers. There's exactly one person that I knew from the 100 list of people, and that was this athlete that was also part of a physical 100. So yeah, I think it's a good time. I think Korean TV is doing it well. But that's enough of what I've been watching. Maybe let's go ahead and get started with our game. Before we do that though, question of the night: where would you live for a year? And actually this occurred to me simply because I was grabbing my German Pilsner, and I remembered the one time that I visited Berlin, Germany. Berlin, of course, is a location with a very strong history, of course. It is where the Berlin Wall is situated, and you had this segregation, and up until recent history it wasn't you know, that city wasn't unified. But there's lots of progress, very advanced city, very delicious beer, of course, but you know, kind of just lots of progressive thoughts there, and I really enjoyed it. Very clean location. Yeah, so maybe that's where I would like to spend a year. Second place, close second place would of course be Japan, because Japan. But with that, let's move on to Final Fantasy VIII. And let me go ahead and change my streaming data, streaming information. Oh boy. It's funny how I enter category and it is sometimes difficult to find the one Final Fantasy that I'm trying to play. And yes, it's changed. Let's go ahead and get this ball rolling. Of course, we are playing on the PlayStation 5. One other thing of note here is that I am using the Final Fantasy VIII strategy guide from way back in the day. That is how I'm completing this game. Let's put this keyboard away. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna need it immediately, but we'll be okay. So right now, as I alluded to at the beginning of the day, so many years ago, we're actually trying to defeat the brothers. And the reason for that is because we want to actually get them as summons. Let me go ahead and lower the volume on the music here. This is a game that's actually fairly loud. Let me know if that's agreeable or not. Hopefully it's okay. Alright, let's see. 2736. Let's go with this one. So let's see. What was I up to? I know that I was trying to grind some items and cards and things of that sort. Of course, my GFs are here. Once again, there's a big gaping hole where brothers should be. And let's see what they are, where my junctions are. So I think what I have to make sure is just that everyone has a float. Probably cure too. Got some curas as well. Floats and protects are actually very useful. So Squall has both 100 protects and 100 floats. We've got some curas here. Protects 41s, but we do have a bunch of floats. And we're not using Irvine right now. Bruno has the most cures. She's got 100 protects and 100 floats. So really the only person that needs some floaties is Zell. I don't think any of my other party members has these. No. Okay. And then what we really want to do is we want to defeat these guys. I'm gonna try to defeat one of these guys before the other one. Cow special earth-based attack. Work well in this battle. Decide to work on each. You should focus on Minotaur. Much stronger. So try to go against Minotaur first. Let me make sure that these guys have the right abilities on. So we got the magic, GF, and draw. I really want to make sure that everybody has magic and draw. I think that was my downfall last time. GF can be interchangeable with like item. Magic, draw, an item. Or maybe I do want that GF actually. This is kind of difficult to make these decisions. I almost wish that they all had the ability to do every single one of these, but of course not. Magic, draw, an item. And then Renoa. Magic, GF, and draw. No, I want to make sure that she's also got this. Let's go with draw and then item. So the only person that's got GFs is, I guess, Squall. And I don't know if that'll be my downfall or not. But I do want to attack the hardest with him. Simply because he's the highest ranking seed of them all. Let's see, auto. Let's go for attack. Renoa. Auto for magic. And Zell, let's do auto for attack. Okay, so let's go to the tomb. Actually, before I do that, do I have enough tents? I feel like I should probably go to town and get some more tents. Bum bum bum. By the way, every single time I upload a video to Twitch and it has this particular theme, I get flagged because some bozo decided to claim it as their own. It's very frustrating. So every single time I have to say, no, it's not that song. It's not that song. This is a lot better. I might just decide to lower that just a bit more. Let's go with 0.75. Again, let me know if that's not working out. I think the store is here, maybe? Sure wish I had a bit more signage on these guys. I really need to look into remodeling some of my weapons. Okay, so we got potions, we got high pots. How much money do I've got? I've got in the 100,000, so I shouldn't be that stingy. Phoenix Downs, we've got 10 of them. Let's be a bit more safe here. Some antidotes, eye drops, softs, echo screens. Probably don't need these yet. Tents. Probably want to have at least 10 of those. And we've got good ammos, G potions. Revives a G. I don't know that I ever actually used these, but might as well just have them. So yeah, with that, let's go back to our mission. Our mission of doing this optional thing. These buses. You know, I'm very happy that we do have a working transportation system, but at the same time, they just keep getting in the way. Guys, come on. Okay. So I think the tomb is yonder, or at least I thought it was. Can we draw from this guy? So the only person that needs these is Zell. No more space. Oh, maybe I was thinking about protect. Ooh, beautiful. Nicely done, Angelo. Now, if only my boy were as useful as that. Yeah, it's over there. And we got ads starting in about 3 minutes. Ooh, we can stock some Blizzard. I hate to just waste time drawing from enemies, but it is nice to just have the ability to do this very quickly from very weak ones. Okay, we can just attack with this guy. Scan. Floaties. No, I think we're good. And down they go. a sheer feather. I have no idea what that does, but maybe it's good. I like how this tomb is just on, like at the end of a peninsula. Hey, did Han shot first? Did Han shot first? Thunder? Feel the thunder? No. No need. We've got enough of those. Down they go. Ooh. Let's go. I definitely love to pull that trigger. Some screws, a windmill. Now, if I recall correctly, is that the thing that I need to upgrade Squall's weapon? I'm not sure, we'll find out. Ooh, Zell. Not only is he a cash app, let's use one of those tents. And let's go ahead and save. Okay, let's mosey. And so, as you might recall, the challenge in this particular tomb, I don't know why I was looking that way when you're over here, but the challenge of of trying to navigate this tomb is kind of just the idea that you don't actually have like a good working map. It's more about like feeling your way through the rooms and making sure that you remember where you came in from where you're standing, because of course these are pre-rendered backgrounds. I wonder if they did that as a limitation of the game. I don't know. I'm not sure. But yeah, let's go all the way to the end. So let's make a right. There's the sword that we found initially. And of course, we make a turn. The Blobras. And we're in the middle of ads. Let's try to destroy one of them first. Where's fire? Ouch. Let's go with Thunder or Thundara. I have regular Thunders. There we go. Nice. Okay, come on. How strong is this thing? Boom. Okay, finally. Let's draw. Shells are actually very good spells to have, because they actually allow it so that you don't get hit as hard with magic spells. Not that I think they'll be useful during the brothers fight, but you never know when you're gonna face a magician. So it goes. Kaboom! Let's use some thunder magic on this thing and be done with it. And be done with it, folks. And of course, we do have to greet our esteemed friend, Falco Forte, into the stream. How are you doing, my friend? Good to see you. Is it me, or do you have a new webcam? Indeed, I do. You have a very discerning eye. This is one of those Elgato face cams. Wish I knew what the specs were on it, but it seems to be fairly high quality, so much so that you can see the wrinkles on my face and how I'm melting as I speak. But good to see you once again. How's it been? Hopefully you're having an amazing Thursday. And before I forget, now kindly, everyone watching out there, even though it seems to have been kind of a spell since it last happened, kindly follow our friend Falco Forte, who is an amazing streamer by his own right. They were last playing Helldivers 2, which is a very fun game, and that's high praise because I barely play any shooters. Of course, I'm terrible at these things, but yes, please give Falco Forte a follow. See, it is the first Thursday where I haven't been laden with stress. That is good. I hope that it is not only the first Thursday, but it is the first of many Thursdays where you don't find yourself drowning in the pit of stress. We've all been there at some way or another, not to in any way compare my pain to yours. But thank you for popping in. Happy to see you, Falco. Let's continue defeating this jelly thing. And strike it with some thunder. Boom. Blobras just don't mess around. Okay, and it's melted. Let's see. I may very well be. There was this exam that I took last weekend. You might know it. And I passed. You know, I feel like I've got a slight hint as to what that exam might be. And it was not the Pepsi taste test. So, I can only assume that the results were favorable to you, and I apologize for not being aware of it, but you have my heartfelt congratulations. And this is a stream first. This is a reveal that we weren't expecting, a live reveal. Congratulations, Falco. You absolutely deserve it. Yeah, these are wonderful news to have. So here I am, just chilling, as you very well deserve. On to the next chapter of life, my friend. Magic Stone Piece. And Quetzalcoatl levels up. Alright, so where are we on the map? I think all we need to do is keep going up. Since you can see those two little strands of DNA at the top, I assume that that's where we need to go. We'll see though. We will see. And we've entered the unstable territory, folks. Here's actually wondering if you no longer have that stress on your shoulders, will you consider going back to, streaming, maybe, potentially? And not in any way, any sort of pressure, but just wondering what your plans are ahead. I'm sure maybe all you want to do is just relax. Can we draw some more stuff? Yes, we can. Feel the storm. Maybe we need to do that one more time. Receive 2 shells. Let's kick shell. Let's see. I might just relax for a bit, but I think I'm going to get back into it at some time soon. Yeah, I mean, whenever you're ready. I think, the time after an examination of that sort definitely takes you out of it, definitely puts you in a kind of a new headspace, and I think it's better to just take it slowly. I feel like it is better to just relax and kind of just, as I like to say, marinate for a bit. I remember when I was doing a similar, not a similar accomplishment, but certainly a similar, let's simply say examination, a test, a trial. It was a years long ordeal, and I was working full time at the time. And I remember like getting back home and just like walking through my apartment door, I was in such an amped mental state that I kind of just like succumbed in front of the door. And I think if I'm glad that no neighbors were around. It was like a weekday morning, but yeah, it was rough. All that being said, I am kind of a drama queen. But have you got any fun weekend plans ahead of you? Or mostly chilling? It's a bull. Oh, we can stock some more thunders now. Actually, it might be good to use some of these thunders against the Blobra. Draw from... and cast it on this guy. Use magic. One's magic against the other. It is kind of nice that monsters do just give you this free magic option. Is he out? Is he out for the count? These things take time. And let's see. A lot of relaxing, might go on a nature walk or two. Reconnecting back to nature. Where we started and where we ultimately go back to. Not a bad idea. I feel like I haven't gone on a good just like nature walk for a while. Oh, and it's out? Jeez. Okay. Let's speed this up. Let's kick it into turbo. Just throw Quetzalcoatl at him. Quetzalcoatl, of course, the most Mesoamerican summon in Final Fantasy history. Nice. Some GF level ups. Okay, and then we've got a draw point here. I think there was supposed to be a lever. Everyone has some floats. Let me go ahead and give some of my floats to somebody else. Exchange. Float, float, float. I feel like there should be a good way to rearrange there. There we go. I think I was missing that this entire time. So give some of these to split. Riveting action. Okay. Can't waste these draws. Only 11 floats, really? And I thought there was something that we were supposed to trigger here, but maybe it's already been triggered. Oh, there it goes. It was the most inconspicuous lever ever. Fine, be that way. I hope that right before the boss we encounter a save point or something like that. So we're just going down. We're going all the way down. Down, down in an earlier round. Okay, so this is the opposite side. Where are we? So maybe let's go all the way to the left to see if we can find said save point. Because I don't think there's a save point right before the boss. But stranger things have happened. Like Stranger Things Season 4. Well, at least I'm glad that we're not. There we go. I knew it. Let's give some to Renoa. Some cura for her troubles. And this almost looks like the outside, doesn't it? So let's use a tent here. And actually, while we're here, I do want to rearrange all my magics to a place that they actually make sense. I wish the game just kept it this way, as opposed to me having to manually do this every time. But beggars can't be choosers. Alright, and so let us challenge the brothers. The brothers. Okay, so we're gonna go straight all the way into the water. And then we're going to make a right, and then a left, and then a left. One more. All my love, too long ago. Yeah, if only we had a 3D camera here, this would be just a bit simpler. Okay, so here we go, folks. The name of the game is to beat Sacred first. I think, no, Minotaur first. Make sure that we keep Protect up, and make sure that we keep Float up on both our target as well as on ourselves. So let's try to pull that off. Yo! No, let's do this.
Yo, you back again? Took it easy on you last time, but not this time. This time my big bro is with me. Now's your chance to run away, man.
Man, this guy's a major idiot.
Bro!
And of course he's tiny. Yeah, bro.
Yo, bro, these guys crashed the tomb. Plus, they attacked me.
Oh, really? They attacked you? Not bad for a human.
The puny one's the elder brother? Yo, bro, they're making fun of us.
Foolish little humans. I'll show you not to judge a book by its cover. Alright. Okay, so everyone starts off with some Protect. Why did I cast it on Zell? No idea. Oh wait, it is Zell. And where's my Protect? Gosh, they hit like a truck, these guys. So Zell cast Protect on himself Zell? And the reason for this is we want to avoid their earthquake attacks. Nice. And what do these guys have anyway? Self-protect, berserk, and double. That's Minotaur. Sacred has self-protect, berserk, and life. So these are some good spells, but I feel like I can't waste my time doing this. Attack Minotaur. And of course he's just gonna heal, which is why we need to make sure that Minotaur is floating. Where's my cure spells? No, wait, actually, we can just use potions. Why did I choose cure? Okay. So yeah, let's get rid of Minotaur now. The Mad Cow special, which should not affect us. Nice. Magic. As long as he's floating, he should not be able to heal. Use some potion. This is what separates the men from the boys. Gotta make sure that we continue the attack. Fortunately, potions are still fairly effective at this point in the game. Let's GF this up. And it seems like everyone still has Protect. And keep fighting. I think we need to charge up to the Zelda. And feel the storm. Oh, right. I forgot how to do this. Gotta boost it up. Don't hit while it's on the X. Nice. Not bad. What? He's back to healing? Oh, come on. Float, 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 float. Where's float? That's bonkers. And boom. Nice, we still got our Protect, but are we still floating? We gotta re-up our floats. I should have known based on the fact that the boss wasn't floating anymore. Oh no, they're gonna... Zell. Zell is in danger, folks. Oh yes. He's absolutely in danger. Magic, magic, magic. Wait. Ooh, duel. Oh, and I gotta put float on Squall too. Let's go! Oh, come on. Jeez. And let's go with high potion this time. Where's my high potions? I love how disorganized this is, by the way. I haven't put float on myself yet. Nah, beautiful. Okay. We just gotta stay on top of our dispels. Cells protect war off. Okay, so that's happening as well. Let's do GF. Nice. Ooh, Renoa is also off. And Squall is also as well, actually. Let me put Protect on him. Okay, here's hoping that we've at least reached the halfway point for him, because, yeah, he's tough. Oh, come on! That was so unfair. Okay, I think everyone's got Protect again. And I feel like the boss is... Oh, jeez. Okay. I gotta put float on this guy. And... keep attacking Minotaurs. I'll do some healing on Renoa. Wow. So fortunately not too bad, really. Does anyone else need float here? No, I think we're all floating fine, except for Renoa, actually. Let's do this. And Zal can continue to attack Minotaur. Okay, let's go. One hit. My triggering is bad. And we got ads in about 3 minutes, folks. Okay, so... potion on cell. Nice, 2 hits, but really not a lot. And Minotaur is still floating. As long as he doesn't heal, we are good. Trying to make sure that we get the... Oh, come on, nobody's floating anymore? Okay, nice. Let's put high potions on the map. Wow, I can't believe the Mad Cow special got me that badly. Okay, now we just need somebody to heal Zell. He's back to... Oh my gosh! Okay, an item. It's a good thing I bought some high potions, because otherwise this would have been a kind of a... an S show, as they say. Okay, we're back on the map here. Oh, I failed. And... let's just use potions. Do I need to put protect on anyone? No. And I think we're all still floating, so let's just attack. Is he out? The rest is up to you, bro. Good. Jeez, this was such a tough... Okay, let's draw some stuff from this guy now. I don't think he should be able to do his Mad Cow special now. I think. Stranger things have happened. Oh, come on. The window on this thing, I feel, is so much tighter than on the PlayStation 1 original. I feel like a single mispress of the button will actually make it so that it resets the clock back to 0 boots. And ads are starting soon, folks. Run for your lives. Okay, gotta make sure that this guy is floating. We've beaten this guy before, so... I'm sure that he's just a little bit tougher. But still. And Squall can attack. As long as he's not joined to the floor, he should not be receiving any heals. Does anybody need protect right now? No, we're good. Squall is on the attack. Ah, protect wore off. What? And I really want to just make sure that I get some good lives in. Right now the division of attacks is Squall's attacking, Zell is doing very low-key healing just to make sure everyone's up, and Renoa is drawing life. Because that is a pretty useful spell to have. I know that it boosts up either our HP stat or our defense stat, I forget which one. Oh great, he's back onto healing. We've got some potions on Renoa. I'm wondering if it might be worthwhile to let Squall lose energy so that we can actually use his limit break.
The brothers defeated. I guess we'll join ya.
Boom! And another Ails and Fails classic, snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. What? G Returner. G High Potion. The Sacred card. And Shiva learned Doom, Ifrit learned stuff, Siren learned stuff, Diablos learned stuff. Okay, the brothers have been earned. Let's go with that. Cool. You are quite the powerful ones to have defeated the two brothers. Thanks to you, I am now free from this cramped stone coffin. Seems like that's the guy from Elden Ring, if I'm not mistaken. What do you think? Okay. However, there is something I have been thinking for a very long time. That transition between off and for is a little tricky. Is it really necessary to entomb those traveling to the other world after such a long and tiring journey through life? Probably not. Receive the Minotaur card. Okay. Well, very cool. I mean, I guess this makes you think about things that you generally wouldn't think about, like what is going to happen once I pass away, you know, once I leave this material world. Will I be put into a tomb, or like will I be burned to ashes? And you know, if I had it my way, I would probably, you know, once they've confirmed that I'm completely brain dead, maybe just grind me up into like sausage and just like, I don't know, feed it to farm animals or something. I think that would probably be the most noble way to go. But what do you think? And welcome in I go. How are you doing? Ails, I need some advice on how to bring it up. Bring what up? Bring up a topic of some sort? Hopefully you're having a great Thursday afternoon in I go. Let's see. So now we have the GF brothers junctioned. Let's put him onto somebody. I think one of our party members doesn't have. So we have 5 GFs before this, so 3 party members means 2 apiece. And he's got Ifrit. She's got Ifrit and Diablos. Quetzalcoatl and Siren. And so let's put Zell, both Shiva and the brothers. They both sound pretty goofy, I want to say. And let's go with attack. Attack is good. Seems like we've also got a Doom spell, but what does the Doom spell do? Use Doom on one enemy. I think that's instant death if I'm correctly thinking. We've got some nice additional stat boosts here. Spirit plus 20, HP lead plus 20. I think Spirit is actually defense, or it's like magical defense if I'm not mistaken. Having more defense is not a bad idea, so let's go with that. And is there any other things that we can actually junction here? I guess the question is, what exactly does brothers bring to the table? Let's see, summon magic plus 10 is complete. We can do some elemental attacks and elemental defenses. GF HP plus 10. I do like to be flashy with these things, but magic plus 40% is probably what I'm gonna go for. I really want to make it so that I use my characters more than the GFs themselves, as best as I can, just because as much as I love the flashiness of GFs, I do just enjoy the characters battling a lot more. And I know there's something to be said about the way in which junctions and characters work in Final Fantasy VIII, but it is not something that I think we need to delve into here. Spirit plus 20 is complete. Vitality plus 20 is complete. Summon magic plus 10% should be good. But we do want to boost. We do love the boost. Boost mobile, let's go. And Ifrit's got the summon magic plus 20. There's the Mad Rush command, which I think makes it so that you are like a berserker, if I'm not mistaken. And we're still enjoying some delicious Rataburger Pilsner. Let's see. GF HP. Now let's actually boost it up with Ifrit as well. It does give us something to do while we are waiting for the animation to finish. Magic plus 20 is probably the best idea here. Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. I think that that's a good compliment for Siren. Let's see, but unfortunately either my ex or the streamer girl gave me the okay. I think it was my still talk and I care very much. Got to okay, and I want her to be honest and come out and but she may if it was and she didn't get so once again my question is it that you need help bringing up the question? I'm sorry, you certainly turn the left corner there and I go to be honest, what you know, and you know, regardless of what that final answer might be, I think that it is probably best to discuss with your doctor in IGO. I don't know that how much you're going to learn or extrapolate from identifying tracing the source of this particular infection. I need help bringing it up to my ex if she is indeed innocent. Well, first of all, let's be clear here. You know, harboring a particular infection or disease is nothing that anybody should be feeling guilty of. It is not just like, oh, hey, you have COVID or something, and which means that we should condemn you or anything like that. It is more about trying to understand their situation and trying to get proper medical treatment here. Because if she isn't, I am guilty. How do I bring it up? I think the most logical way is simple honesty. I wouldn't come from a place of being punitive or anything like that. I would probably come from like a place of wanting to understand, simply because you want to trace the source of this particular problem, and you also want to make sure that other people avoid the same issue. I mean, at this point, let me simply say that if you decide not to approach the conversation, then unfortunately the consequences of that is probably having it continue to spread, which is probably something that you shouldn't be wishing on other folks. That is probably the best. I don't know if I couldn't give you like a particular line or anything like that. All I'm going to say is that, you know, honesty, trying to be candid about the subject, trying to be helpful about the subject is probably your best way to go there. That's probably as best as I can do for you. And I go, this is a very unusual subject for me to actually discuss in the first place. But I appreciate you feeling confident enough to ask me. Once again, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a physician. All right, so brothers should be learning. We should probably get some of these junctions in. They've also got the defend command, which is actually quite lordly, quite gallant. And then there's also the receives attack in place of it. This is also quite gallant as well. Let's go with strength to start out with. Let's see. You're right. I'm gonna tell them. Yeah, I absolutely agree that you should. It's not, you know, it's not the most unusual thing in the world. It's not as if, you know, you're coming here with a strange situation that nobody's heard about. This is something that people face from day to day.
And so, you know, emotions aside, feelings of guilt aside, it is probably most helpful for everyone to try to determine where it came from. Because again, if you don't, there's a chance that this chain continues to spread, and I know you probably don't want that to happen. It's weird for me. It's my first time this happens to me after so long. Well, I'm sorry to hear that you found yourself in this place, Inigo. Education, protection, these are things that you know. That is all the advice I can give. And Diablos. Let's go with... what is the dark side? I don't know that it was ever explained to us what dark side is. Encircle half. Oh, encounters are countered by half. That is probably the last thing I need to learn, simply because I can already turn off encounters. Time magic refinement though. That's pretty sweet. Maybe mug first. It's gonna take a while. How are you, by the way? Are you almost close to beating this game? Not at all, Inigo. Actually, this is if we were still talking about PlayStation 1 terms, I would still be in disc 1 of this game. Disc 1 of, I believe, 3 or 4. It's probably 4. But on the upside of that particular question, I have actually already laid the foundation in terms of like my character setups. I've gotten a lot of items that I probably wouldn't have gotten until later in the game, so I feel like I'm in a good spot. A lot of just moving through this game was just getting my bearings in terms of like how do I actually play this game and things like that. Sheesh. I know you're a big fan, Inigo. You love it when I have incredibly long campaigns, don't you? Reference Radical Dreamers. Let's go with... we probably need to stock up on Protect again. Ouch. We can just attack. Everybody has enough protects. And he's asleep. And this guy also just hits like a truck. I feel like it's probably my own weaponry. And hopefully he's out for the count very soon. Why must Zell continuously fail to fulfill my banking needs? Sharp Spike. And I think we're on the right path. No, clearly no, yes we are. And we are out of here. So let's go ahead and save. Very nice. What time we got? Okay, probably 30 more minutes before we take our break. I think we're making good progress here. I don't like that laughter. It scares me. Okay, everyone's on the attack then.
Poor fungus. So let's go back to Delling City. So Thrustavis, new spells. Arrows. Arrow the Acrobat. Let's actually go ahead and beat one of them so we're not getting pummeled. Is it Thrustavis or Thrustavis? That's a real question. And boom, down they go. Exploding into the scene. Oh, don't wake it up. Ah, come on. Okay, let's just draw some arrows. Oh, this one doesn't actually have it. I defeated the one that actually had the thing that I needed. Such is life. At least we can get some floaties, right? No more room for floats. And down they go. Sheer Feather. Ooh, Shiva learned boost, and so did Ifrit. It's probably one of the most basic GF functions in this game. I feel like they just added it because they wanted you to have something to do while the animations played. But maybe it was built... I don't know, I feel like there's a certain level of like... It doesn't seem as integrated as you would generally have any other system in this game. It kind of just... I hate to say it because I love this game, but it does feel just a little bit tacked on. But who knows? Who knows? Let's go with... Yeah, Summon Magic plus 10% is actually good. Not great. Don't hate. Defense plus 2. I am feeling some strength plus 40. Bum, bum, bum. This geezer. Oh, they've actually got Thundara, which is actually a level 2 spell. Maybe I should cast some cures on everyone. Beautiful. They don't actually hit very hard, so we can definitely stop the Thundaras. I'm kind of afraid of hitting it just because I feel like it'll probably perish very quickly. Let's do this for, I want to say, maybe like 3 minutes, not to let it get too boring. 204, 207. And while we're doing this, we can certainly, at the very least, enjoy some good beers to your health.
Oh, Zal, you keep failing at this. The worst breath of them all, the bad one. I might just start drawing some Curas now.
Stinky.
And let's see, we got maybe 1 more minute of this maddening nonsense, and then we can move on. But of course, before we actually move on to anything of actual significance, let's go ahead and pause for a second here and greet our dear friend Rich Lich Glitch. How are you doing, boss? Here's hoping that you're having an amazing Thursday. What's new? It is indeed Final Fantasy VIII. It is not only Final Fantasy VIII, it is VIII Remastered. Good to see you. How's it been? Thank you very much for the timely alert, Inigo. Rich. Beautiful. So, chilling dog, how are you? I'm doing pretty chill, drinking just a delicious Pilsner, so keeping cool myself. Here's hoping that it's not too toasty on your side of the globe. But yeah, just doing the old Final Fantasy VIII. Just actually got the Brothers Guardian Force. And as you know, as you very well know, everyone here knows that I'm not the greatest player of any games. So it took me a couple of minutes to really get those brothers down. But before I forget, anyone watching here right now, past, present, or future, maybe while the sun is exploding, right before it reaches you, please give our dear friend Rich Lich Glitch a follow. He's an excellent streamer, mostly does retro games, and the last thing that they were playing is, imagine that, Final Fantasy VIII. I'm assuming it's the original. Where are you? I was just telling Inigo that I'm still in the disc 1 of 4. It's gonna be a while. We might be old men by the time I reach the end here. Let's see. I played hella cards in this game today. Nice. Did you get any good character cards, anything like that? The rare Eden card, the rare Poo Poo card. And right before the Timber Mission, grinding cards. Nice. Yeah, I think I did that maybe like 3 sessions ago. You're talking about the one where you abduct the president, right? I'm assuming so. Thank you for the SO. Absolutely. You very much deserve it. If anybody wants a much more solid Final Fantasy VIII experience, I highly suggest you visit Rich's stream. Highly knowledgeable. Whereas here, it's kind of like just paper mache and tricks. Sleights of hands, ledger de men. To your health. Let's see. Nothing rare, but I'm grinding for turning them into good stuff. Yeah, and that makes sense. I hear that the real way to play this game is to actually grind cards, turn them into items, and then turn those into magics and junction those into stats and things like that. Which is probably something that I never really thought about when I was originally playing this game back in the day. Stop some Curas. Let's do this for like 2 more rounds and then we're out. 2 more and we're out. I'll tell you when I had enough. Oh, why? What was that word? I can't believe I actually had enough Curas. Now, where was I? Let's see. Yeah, it's like right after the exam. I just wanted to make my time easy. Seems like there's other ways to play. Yeah, I know that there's certainly more than one way to skin the cat. And actually, that's a terrible thing to say. Let us stop using skin a cat for anything. I remember definitely when probably the first time that I played this game, I in any sort of way. The thing that I just used to do a lot is just spam GFs all the time. GF City. Okay, I think we're done stalking. Let's just attack. Just dip once and end it. And ads are starting in about 1.5 minutes, folks. Apologies for that. Please do not buy into the lies of the ads, nor the lies of Ondor. Okay, does this guy have tornado? Well, they have arrows, which is just as good. I kind of just hate finding myself in a place where I really just want to draw magics. I know that it is not the best use of our time here, so let's put it at 2 minutes and move on. And then make like a tree. Get out of here. Draw is so good. I was just thinking the other day that if I could walk around just drawing magic from, I don't know, people, I would probably just like sit behind them in class. Actually, I'm not even in class anymore, but I would just like sit, put my desk next to them, and then just, because obviously drawing doesn't trigger aggro, at least I don't think so. You just like draw magic from them the entire day. I can't imagine the routine trite spells that people carry around, but that would be fun. Yeah, maybe. I guess a nice thing about this particular rendition of the game is that they have sped things up quite significantly, so while this might take a good chunk of time, it does almost seem like we're being productive with the number of draws that we're getting. Let's see, I don't know if the AI reacts differently to it, not from what I've seen. Yeah, it certainly doesn't seem like it, but then again, this game doesn't necessarily have like an aggression meter or anything. Certainly nothing that I know. And we've got ads in progress, unfortunately. Let me stop yapping. Ooh, nice. Send in the Angelos. And now I'll respond after ads are over. Some sheer feathers. Okay, we're almost at the city. Hang in there. Oh, I can't move. Just rough. Aw, pup. We do love our dogs around here, as you well know. And down he goes. Angelo for the win. The secret party member. Let's see, but I forget a lot of times to junction magic ability along with draw. See, and that's one thing that I definitely had this. Oh right, we're still in the middle of ads. I'll properly respond to that in just a second. Wanna rent a car? It's only 3,500. It is about 350. You'll be a lot safer in a car. Forget it. I don't need it. And we're so close I can almost taste it. But as I was saying, welcome back from ads. One of the things that I used to avoid when I first played this game, and I was a youth, was the idea that I would junction spells to different stats. And then because I didn't want those to go down, I never used magic, which is why I constantly was spamming GFs the entire time. Until of course they perished, and then I would resort to like regular attacks and things like that. So definitely not an optimal way to play the game, I think. But yeah, we do love our Angelo around here. Not like some other boys who are sitting in that corner over there just being lazy for no reason. Brings nothing to society. Okay, where is this? Yeah, he's over there. I can't say his name though, because as soon as I do, he's gonna come over here and then he will refuse to at the very least be on camera. But he's been doing well. He's actually got a small surgery coming up. There's a little bit of a small growth on his left eyelid that it's not like hindering his vision or anything like that, but it does make him tear up every once in a while. So I want to nip that in the bud, as they say. So it'll be like it'll be in a few weeks after my trip. Let's see, I do also like how you can choose to cast a spell immediately with the draw. Yeah, and I feel like that's really the most efficient way to do the magics. I wanted to find the save point before going to see the Chancellor. Or the guy. What's his name? Why am I not finding the hotel? Oh dang, hope it goes smoothly. It shouldn't be, honestly, from what the doctor explained to me, it shouldn't be that invasive. They will have to put him to sleep because, as you can imagine, trying to operate on an awake dog and trying to like nip at their eyelid is a little tricky, to say the least. But she confirmed to me that it wasn't that severe or anything like that. What she did confirm was severe though was the price tag, and that's yeah, veterinarian work is expensive. It is expensive. Look at that. Why can't I get a steel pipe? Where's that steel pipe? Okay, Zell. Dragonfin. Let's see. Yeah, if they have a cure, it's so nice. Yeah, absolutely. That kind of just keeps the battles going for long if I can just cure the entire time. Let's see. Yeah, I bet it is a lot. Yeah, but this is the sort of things why people save money, right? Unfortunately, dogs, cats, all of our furry friends don't necessarily have insurance options. Not all the time, anyways. Ooh, I can get the Morningstar for selfie. Let's do that. Okay, so she's got a Morningstar now. Good. I gotta just research where I can get these items. I probably already have the fundamental items to actually make these things, but I choose not to do them. I was looking for the hotel here. Where's the hotel? Got potions, high potions. Didn't really waste that much during that last battle. Maybe buy some more high potions. And one thing that I was definitely having issues with last time was that I was having all of the items just completely unsorted, and it was just bothering me so much. Toasty indeed. Or as we would say it in the old country, Gemong. I've always wondered why the cars in Final Fantasy VIII are so bouncy. It constantly looks like they're doing this back and forth. The Hotel of Galbadia. Sure, let's do it. 100 gil for a night. I don't know what the conversion rate is between gil and dollars, but it would certainly be lovely if you could just spend 3 people for a hotel. One night is $100. That's more of a motel thing, maybe. Alright guys, let's get out of here. And actually, we're probably going to change party members because I really want to get Irvine in this simply because he's an integral part of the story. Or this story arc. Switch. Let's get Selfie and Irvine here. I feel like we haven't used Selfie in a while. Okay. And let's exchange everything that they have. Let's put everything that Renoa had into Selfie. And everything that Irvine had into Zell. naturally this is going to be annoying. Okay, so everyone has their magics, everyone has their GF, I think we're good. Let's see, judging off the gameplay I've seen, so people really like these games on how much adventure it takes you on. It's a lot of places to explore, because if you don't know what you're doing or reading, I imagine it might be hard to beat this game, because it doesn't take you in a linear path, right? Yeah, it is very much like life in Igo. There is no linear path here. It is just you kind of just have to figure out your way in order to encounter the next objective for this particular mission. So it does force you, it submerges you into the particular world. All that being said though, I'm not the greatest investigator. I am no Sherlock Holmes, and I never claimed to be, which is why I use a strategy guide to actually move through this. This is the original strategy guide for Final Fantasy VIII when it came out so many years ago. But yes, that is an astute reading of what's happening here. So Delling City, we have to return to the mansion, give the ID, enter the mansion, speak with General Caraway. General Caraway! Tour the city, get the details, mission, and then return to the mansion, split into 2 groups, sniper and getaway team. Move both teams to their designated areas. The question is, oh, there's a weapons monthly. Pay attention. The way you input the code is unique. You must give the ones first. 135. I don't even remember what the code is, to be perfectly honest with you. I'm sure I have to look at the item. There's a weapons monthly. Lower place to the presidential residence. Okay. And there's a weapons monthly. And we gotta switch junctions, of course. One way of Caraway's trap. I can almost taste it. Lick, lick, splat, splat. Getting through the sewers. There's a lot of sewers here. Blue magics. You can find 2 more magic. Okay, we'll read that whenever we actually make it to the sewer. And actually, let's put Renoa back into the party, simply because we are visiting her father in theory. Completely forgot about that part. It's like we just did this. We just did this. Okay. Let's go. And save. Let's see. The guide. It is indeed the guide. The one from Brady Games. Probably written by Dan Burlew. Was that Brady? Yes, it was. Actually, it was written by David Cassidy. I apologize for the faulty reference there. Wild Strategy guys, I haven't seen them in a while. I remember those cheat codes books, so... Yeah, I remember the cheat codes books. At least mine were actually the smaller. They were like paperbacks, things like that. But yeah, they really don't make too many more strategy guides these days. And I feel it's because probably games get updated so much that the strategy guides would immediately become obsolete sometimes. I remember I actually used to buy strategy guides for not Final Fantasy, World of Warcraft, which of course changed fairly frequently. I remember having like the first 3 strategy guides for it before I kind of just gave up. I was like, well, there's no point in like keeping buying these things. So let's go to the governor's mansion. If there's any good cards, I think we're supposed to be able to
take the card, Renoa's card from the president, if I recall correctly. But I'm not so sure. Windhill. Let me see. Yeah, maybe that's a thing. Just don't want to leave this area without... Actually, let me just Google this. I feel like I'm gonna try to find it in this magazine and it's gonna take me a while. So, Renoa card, FF8, one-of-a-kind triple triad card. General Caraway holds Renoa's card. The earliest can be challenged is after the events at the D District Prison. So, we can't actually get it just yet. So never mind, I don't actually need to look this up. Let's go meet the president. I keep calling him president, he's like a general. He's not as lordly as General So, though. And his chicken. I don't know how I did that. I just literally moved through the background. Let's see, I bought Ultimate Spider-Man Strategy Guide for the cover. It was so cool. I remember that game, actually. I definitely remember Ultimate Spider-Man. I think my youngest sibling had it. Ooh, another drop point. Give it to Renoa. Okay, nice. And now in order to get the code, I think we have to look at the item. Where is the item? Maybe there isn't an item. Maybe I completely forgot it. Don't tell me I'm gonna have to go back all the way to... the tomb to actually get that information. Well, let's see what happens. Yes, what is it? I am ready to answer. I don't remember this. Maybe it's on the guide. Caraway's quest. Code number. Let's see. Receive a random student ID number. Okay, well, clearly I didn't write it. We gotta go back to the tomb now. Sure, it's 999. I don't know. 9. Yes, I did just guess. Sue me. Okay, so we're just gonna put no encounters and we're gonna run all the way back to the tomb. This is silly, guys. This is very silly. Oh, come on. Pre-rendered graphics, you gotta love them. Alright, no encounters. There we go. Let's go to the tomb, get that number, and then get back here. Now the best part, of course, is going to be the fact that I look at the number, I say, I'm not going to write this down, I can remember things, and then I forget it. 14 protects. Okay, I think it's in the sword, right? 113. Okay, let's get out of here. Let's go see Dad. All these train sounds.
Okay. Not that way, go the other way. This map is also just a little bit confusing. I know it's like a roundabout. Okay, so ready to answer. Let's go with 3, 1, 1. That's correct. Please, right this way. Finally, we should be treated as royalty. Both Balam and Galbadia Garden are joining forces with the general from Galbadian army. Why? No point in me thinking about it. Seeds aren't meant to question why. Is my contract still in effect? What is it this time? Don't leave me in this house, okay? Want me to explain why? This might take a while. You should know by now. Just tell us what to do and we'll do it. Okay then, thanks. Okay, let's just save right here. Well, Irvine sure is making himself cozy. Ah, right. 2 days to come. Okay, I think we're under control. Irvine, what's on your mind? Why aren't you talking, boss? Oh, the strong silent type, huh? The squeaky to deep voice overacting by Ails and Fails. I'm only a voice actor on TV in iGo. I don't pretend to be a professional. Here's hoping that was largely a positive. Largely. Moderately. So I guess he's not saying anything. Let's see if Zell has something to say. Okay. Insightful. He's making us wait quite a bit. Let's talk to Selfie. What's taking so long? He always does this. So discourteous, making people wait. I'm gonna go complain. You can just go complain to people making you wait, of course. Everyone, just wait here. Oh, by the way, this is my house. Surprise, surprise. So don't worry. Hope it doesn't lead to any trouble. What the hell's going on? Where's Renoa? She has not received the type of training you all have and may become a burden. It's for the best that she stays out of this operation. So you're Renoa's father? I can't remember the last time she called me that. So the father's a top military officer and the daughter's a member of an anti-government faction? That's bad. Really bad. This looks like a Disney Club 33 room. You know, I see where you're going with that. I think I see it. I've only ever seen those secondhand though. Yes, indeed. It's a serious problem. But it doesn't concern you. It's our problem. That's not the case. Besides, we have far more important things to worry about. Garden's directive and Renoa's orders have the same value to us. Once our mission is accomplished here, we're working for Renoa, as per our contract. I don't know what your situation is, but please don't interfere when the time comes. And if I do, what's his problem? We're all seats here. We'll act accordingly. Wow, okay. Way to stand up to Dad. Hey, fellas. We're here to knock off the sorceress, right? So let's get down to business. Okay, let me explain the plan. So we have to make a party of 3. Stay hydrated, folks. Okay, so Squall has to go with Irvine, of course. Let's put, like I said, I really wanted to just have Selfie in this party. So Selfie, Irvine, and Squall. And we should probably junction exchange Selfie and Renoa, of course. I'm sure you know about the Galbadian government reaching an agreement with Sorceress Adia. There's going to be a ceremony tonight to commemorate the event. Wow, that was a strain on my voice. Can we save? Yes, we can. Beautiful. It'll be held at the presidential residence. Can you guys walk any slower? During the ceremony, you will split up into 2 teams and get in position. They're just running away. These guys are so discourteous. Discourteous, I tell you. I'm actually impressed that everyone cleared the street here. The gateway team will enter the gateway and stand by. The sniper team will stand by at the front of the presidential residence until the ceremony is over. This is where the sniper team will wait, right here, where I am standing. So we're gonna divide into 2 teams, the sniper team and the gateway team. That's the presidential residence. And yeah, it is the time of Ganon. Once the ceremony ends, a parade for the sorceress will begin. That's when the gate will open. Lay low until then. The parade may be cancelled if there is any commotion. We must avoid that at all costs. Once the gate opens, the sniper team will move out. With the parade drawing the crowd and the guards' attention, it should be rather easy to move about. And ads are about to start, folks. I apologize for that. Actually, this might be a good point to actually take a quick break here. So that's what we're actually going to do. We're going to take a quick break here, folks, right in the middle of this discussion. Very important discussion. We will be back in, I want to say, 6-7 minutes. I gotta give Churro a short walk. I've got to take a bio break, stretch break, and we got to figure out what we're drinking next. So, as I like to say, stay tuned for some more of Final Fantasy VIII Remastered.
Welcome back to the stream, folks. I was just about to switch our theme here. There you go. Feeling a bit sorry here. Welcome back to the stream, folks. I am your host, Ailwolf, otherwise known as Ails, gentleman streamer, Mama Ails baby boy, the world's least interesting man. Welcome back to the stream, folks. Here's hoping that you're having a mellifluous Thursday. Here's hoping that you're wrapping up the week. You've got some fun stuff ahead of you. Maybe you've just got a chill weekend. And maybe things are turning your way. Maybe the world is smiling on you today. But thank you once again for joining us. We are playing Final Fantasy VIII, of course. But before we actually move on to our game, we've got to get something more to drink, because it is about that time. Now today we are getting something frothy. I was trying to see what to drink afterwards, and so I thought, well, I haven't had an oatmeal style stout in a while, and of course this is one of our favorite ones. We've had this one a number of times before. This is Streetcar Scandal, and it is an oatmeal stout from our friends at Oakland United. So you might be asking to yourself, actually, now that we've actually got the better camera, you can actually see that you've got a streetcar right there, much like the streetcars that you see in ye old San Francisco. Kind of a cool color between the oranges and the blues right there. So what exactly is an oatmeal stout? An oatmeal stout is a stout that, of course, is largely brewed with oatmeal. But what is a stout? A stout is a type of ale that brews dark. The reason why it brews dark is because of the malts that it uses. Primarily things like crystal malts, caramel malts, and chocolate malts. They all brew dark like Pepsi Cola. And they're generally malt forward, generally very sugar. You get things like maple, you get flavors like molasses, you certainly get caramel in the nose, and then you've also got some chocolate and some coffee notes. They're very delightful, very complex. I certainly love them myself. They're certainly some of my favorite drinks to have. Let me try to think if there's anything else that I'm missing here. So obviously there's a wide variety of stouts. There's things like chocolate stouts, which I did mention earlier. Chocolate stouts taste like chocolate, but dare I say, generally don't have any chocolate. You got coffee stouts, which are a little bit more hoppy, a little more herbal, a little more earthy. Then you got things like what's the other one? Oatmeal stouts, of course, which include oatmeal into the bill and makes the beers a little bit frothier, a little bit thicker, a bit of a cereal-like quality. And then you have things like milk stouts, which incorporate lactose and gives it a more milky quality to them. There's additional stout permutations, and we would be here all afternoon if I was going to simply talk about all of them. But yeah, stouts are delicious. Let's actually go ahead and see what Untapped has to say. I remember this one is kind of a long one, but we'll actually just do the cliff notes for this. So, okay, a 5.4% alcohol by volume, so nothing too strong. Paying homage to the key system and the streetcar scandal that led to its dissolution, this oatmeal stout has sweet aromatics of chocolate, pie crust, and graham cracker with coffee undertones, lightly sweet and medium bodied. And of course then it goes into a description of the event after which this particular beer was named. And that's actually something that's kind of fun about Oakland United Beer Works. They name a lot of their beers after like historical events or like landmarks or things like that. But yeah, so we're looking for graham crackers, we're looking for bready crust, some chocolates, things of that sort. Let's actually taste this thing. Okay, so I hope that I move fast enough in this game to actually get to the event with Irvine. I remember we've got a pretty solid cinematic during the sorcerer's assassination attempt, and I'd like to actually get to that point. Okay, so this is a safe pour, nothing too heavy here. Okay, so as you can see, this is completely dark pour. You can't actually see through this, it is opaque. You got a slightly more brownish white head on it. Generally, if you see a brown head, it's more of a porter. If you see a white head, it's more of a stout. This is kind of a mix there. I can't really quite tell the difference. In terms of a nose, you can definitely sense some chocolate. I want to say light on the graham cracker, a little bit of roast there as well, like roast bread, or more like roast baked good.
That doesn't make sense. A baked good. And maybe even just crackers, actually. Famine ale, dear viewer. And so robust. A 3.5 out of 5 in terms of body composition. Some slight bitterness. I want to say it almost has like a slight bourbon-y character to it, which is interesting. Good strong maple notes as well. Very strong notes of chocolate. And it is more of a dark chocolate as opposed to a milk chocolate, which is generally what you would expect from an oatmeal stout, but no, this is definitely dark chocolate. And yet, I feel like the back smell of the coffee kind of just paints the entire experience. So chocolatey, light notes of coffee, good bready notes on the tongue, and yeah, kind of just frothy and toothsome. I enjoy it a lot. Let's go ahead and give this one a rating. 3.5 is actually as solid as it'll get. And it's another ales rating. Ales, you rate things anywhere from 3 to 4 and never anything outside of that. I know that people have been writing letters about that. People have been dropping messages. And to that I say, I will rate this as I choose. So get off me. But okay, that is enough of what we are drinking. Let's go back to our game. Let's go back to Final Fantasy VIII. Okay, so where's my controller? Clearly the best part of waking up. And just a second here. Trying to find something on my output channel. Give me just a second here, folks. Build extension. And I think that should be fine. Alright. I think that's as good as it's gonna get. I don't know if any of you actually use these, but I do have closed captions on this stream, and finding a way to actually activate them has been the most troublesome process in the world. It took me like several months to actually figure out what was wrong with them. But if I get things just right, they actually pop up. So, with the parade drawing the crowd and the guards' attention, it should be rather easy to move about. The sniper team will head for the roof of the residence. In the corridor by the sorceress's room, there's a hatch that leads to the clock tower. With Scissorman, of course. There's a clock tower there housing a carousel clock. You'll find the sniper rifle there. Stand by in the clock tower until exactly 8 o'clock. The parade will begin by the gate. The sorceress will be riding on the parade vehicle. After it leaves the gate, the vehicle will turn left. Like this. Look how he's emulating the way in which the vehicle turns. The parade will circle around the city along the outer road and return to this space. It will return on this side. Then it will turn right and head this way. I like the level of detail that we're getting here in terms of the parade. Here's where the gateway team comes into play. At exactly 8 o'clock, the parade will pass under the gateway. Oh, and now I realize that I don't have my sound on. Shame on me. That's a little bit better. I was wondering where like the military tones on this were, but it's clearly, it was a total miss. I was just thinking that the game was being extra quiet right now. At this point, the gateway team will operate the console to drop the gates. The sorceress will be trapped inside the gateway. At 8 o'clock, the carousel clock will rise out of the roof, carrying the sniper team up as well. There will be no obstruction between the sniper team and the sorceress. Take the open shot. Bang. That is all. Now we wait. You're free to go anywhere. Go check out the city if you wish. Just one thing. Stay out of trouble.
Who do you think we are? We're not like your daughter. We're seeds.
Report to my residence when you're ready. We'll hold a final meeting then. After that, we'll proceed with the operation.
I think we're ready, boss. We are ready. Oh, we got some money. Where's my characters? I can't see anybody behind these buses and bushes. Ah, so obnoxious. Okay, so the next objective, according to the guide, necessary item for the Irvine shotgun. You can also get saw blades from Valhama's, which are necessary to remodel Noah's weapons. So it might be a good idea to actually get some upgrades for our weapons before we actually move on. Steel pipe. You can refine an elastoid car into a steel pipe, and you can also get saw blades from Valhama's. Okay. So maybe we can refine some cards right now, actually, instead of trying to hunt for monsters. Card mod. So let's find the elastoid, which actually was a very good card if I recall correctly. But not so much anymore since we've got so many better cards. We've got 4. So we can spare it. And then we need some saw blades, which we can get from Valhama's. Can't imagine that we've got too many of those. Oh, we got 8 actually. Maybe let's do 2. Since it seems like 2 weapons actually need it. Saw blades. Okay, so let's see. Let's go find the weapon shop. Let's go find the shop. Just a second here. My captions look huge on this output console. Normal color size. Let's put the tiniest size, see what that's like. Okay. Wow, that's super tiny. Okay, I think we'll go with this. So let me find that weapon shop. I guess the one nice thing about upgrading weapons in Final Fantasy VIII is just the fact that you can visibly see, for at least most of them, that they actually look different. 2 Thundaras, by the power of Grayskull. Oh my gosh, these buses. So huge. Once again, I am lost in the circle of this city. I am lost in the circle of life.
But what about that shadowy place?
This is as good a time as any, since I'm ranting on nonsense. Please stay hydrated, folks. Even though this is a drinks-friendly stream, we do advocate and highly encourage the drinking of water consistently, regularly throughout your day. It is the element which brings life. It helps you balance your metabolics. It helps you stave off the deleterious effect of alcohol imbibing. And of course, it helps you stay cool. So drink up. Much better. So let's find that weapon shop. Weapon shop. Oh, so now we can get the shear trigger. Nice. And then Zell. Where do we get the dragon fin? Irvine. Oh, I guess Irvine also needs a Valiant. But actually, we might already have that. Chain Whip. Renoa. She already has the Rising Sun. And Selfie already has the Morning Star. So we technically have the best weapons for everyone except for Zell. I wonder if we actually need to read the magazine though. I forget if in this game you actually have to physically read the magazines or if just picking them up is sufficient. Let me sort. So we got March. This is the sheer trigger, of course. The Maverick. Is this? I think this is the Maverick, yes. Then we've got the Pinwheel. And then finally the standard revolver, which is the Valiant. We don't really have any other... Now let's see what happens if we go to the shop. Does it change our options? No, I think just picking them up is sufficient actually. So let's see where we can find a Dragon Fin. I'm gonna do a quick Google search. If we can actually refine it from a card mod, then that would be pretty useful. Dragon Fin FF8. Let's see. Card mod from one Grendel card. And Grendels are actually a level 2 monster, so hopefully I have a lot of them. Let's check it out. That's the nice thing about the card mod ability. You can just get random stuff from... Oh, we have 5. Okay. So we have enough to refine into our next set of nunchucks. Set of knuckles. Cool. So everyone is as upgraded as they can possibly be. They can float through the air and climb up trees. Alright, so let's save and then let's go to the General's Mansion. If I could just make it past all these buses. I think there's a save point right in front of the General's Mansion, so... It's down the center, right? Tell me it's right down the center. This is such a pain in the butt. I don't know where to go. It's like I'm just going through screens until I eventually hit it. Now, I guess one thing, if they ever decided to remake this game, one nice fun thing would be if they actually made the maps 3-dimensional. Then you wouldn't have these issues. Okay, and let's save right here. Okay, let's go in. It's time to form the teams. The sniper and the leader of this operation will form the sniper team. The leader's role is vital. What does he mean? If the plan fails for some reason, or should the sniper miss, the leader must carry out a direct assault against the sorceress. The plan was devised carefully, because we intend this to be a covert operation. But our ultimate goal is to eliminate the sorceress, and we must achieve this at all cost. Even if they uncover our identities. So who's gonna lead the operation? Well, I mean, there's only one, right? I will. Fine, I'll leave the rest up to you. The sniper team is decided. Irvine and I will make up the sniper team. The gateway team will be...
Woohoo!
Roger.
Let's do it! So who's gonna be the leader of the gateway team?
Come on, sit back down. Zari Cell. Instructor Trep. Quistis Trep. You're in charge.
Okay, leave it to me.
Okay, let's begin.
Okay, so Quistis is the leader of this team. What's our next objective here? Transportation, Caraway's quest, blah blah blah, code number, finding the tomb. Weapons monthly. When either Renault or Squall or Irvine are placed at the base of the presidential residence, you can access a manhole leading into sewers. Follow the path to find the May issue of Weapons Monthly. Okay. Switching around, make sure that you have your proper junctions. I guess let's wait until we're actually out before we actually switch junctions.
We're on your team, instructor. Let's kick some ass. Woohoo!
Okay, well, I guess... Is there anything that we can interact with in here before we leave? I like the... There was a certain level of, I don't know, maybe like a charm, maybe a charisma in terms of like pre-rendered graphics during this era of gaming, because they could either make something stick out and it was very obvious, like this block or polygon would be like right in front of the wall, or they could just make it into a background and then you could randomly, luckily, click on it and it would trigger something. Final Fantasy VIII, I feel, is most of the latter.
Hi. Finally got out of there. Did that man say something?
I think he's been talking to us this entire time.
No, not really.
Where's Squall? I'm sorry, Renoa, but we have to get going.
Hold on a sec. Take a look at this.
Did she just randomly steal something from her dad's vault or something like that? What is this?
It's like, take a look at this. Look at this photograph. This is called an Odine bangle. I found it in that man's room. Odine? What you gonna do with it? It's supposed to suppress the sorcerer's powers, but its effects are still unknown, so I don't think they're going to use it for this mission. If it's Odine brand, it should be pretty effective. They're #1 when it comes to magical goods. Right. So what exactly do you want to do with it? Are you planning to have the sorceress put it on? Who, when, how? That's what we're gonna discuss. We don't have time for that. Squall and Irvine are already standing by. We have an operation to carry out too. You understand, don't you? This isn't a father-daughter quarrel. This isn't a game. Some disagreements in the party. Who said this was a game? I understand what's going on. It's not like I don't have a plan. I'll make the first charge when we make the full-on attack. I'll try to buy some time. That won't be necessary. So let's make sure that these guys have stuff on them. GF. Or it's a junction menu. Quetzalcoatl and Siren. And then this guy has Shiva and brothers. So I think we're good. And if you're just joining us, we're still enjoying an oatmeal stout from United Beer Works. To your health. Just a second here, folks. I keep forgetting. Okay, I think we're good. Okay. Why are these guys just like randomly slowly walking? So like, is it true that C's aren't supposed to question their mission? There are times I'd like to know myself, like now for example, but these guys just look like cardboard cutouts. Can I go that way? I guess we can. But we can't really go outside these bounds. That's interesting that they even allowed you to do that. Alright, let's go back with the mission. What do you care? So like, if you knew that your enemies were pure evil, you'd get more fired up to fight them, right? An enemy that is pure evil. Right and wrong are not what separate us and our enemies. It's our different standpoints, our perspectives that separate us. I want to get this drop point. There we go. Some more Thandaras for our troubles. Gosh, this slow gate. Both sides blame one another. There's no good or bad side, just two sides holding different views. We'll stall the sorceress here, then it's up to you. There's really no need for the three of us on an easy mission like this. I like how she's suggesting that this is an easy mission. You're trying to take out the sorceress, which is like this public figure that's very important for the entirety of the world. So I don't know what she's like, oh, it's as simple as hot pie. 20 o'clock on the dot. Don't worry. Alright, I guess we will not worry. The gateway team will wait inside the gate until 20 o'clock. You can enter through this door. The sorceress will pass through the gateway at exactly 20 o'clock. In that instant, lower the gates using the control console located on the top floor and trap her inside the gateway. Okay, so those guys are gonna do that. Can we actually follow them? I don't think we can go up. Sorry, I don't think we can go down. So these guys are just gonna hang out here, huh? Great view from up here. We're gonna trap the sorceress. Doesn't sound very fair, but I guess it can't be helped. Now isn't time for that. So the steel portcullis comes down when you hit this switch. I haven't heard anybody use that word in a very long time. The portcullis. Can we actually keep going down though? Kind of unusual that it only lets you go up. Maybe that's just for right now. Guess we're still following the general. You two will wait here. General, why has the sorceress decided to have such an extravagant parade? She wants to establish her place in Galbadia Garden, since she has chosen it to serve as her base. So she has to make a show out of it, depending on which garden she decides to inhabit. So that's why Galbadia Garden wants her out. It's starting. I'm returning to my residence. Good luck. So he's slowly walking away. Instructor, what's up? Maybe I was too hard on her. And now she's having second thoughts about this. Too hard? I'm going to apologize. You mean Renoa? But we can't just leave our post. We will still have time until 20 o'clock. You two wait here. We can't just... Hey, wait up! Clearly, an international mission to murder like this diplomat from a different nation is less important than waiting a couple of hours to apologize to somebody, I always say. Okay, so let's take some junctions, just in case we encounter any bogeys. Switching around. Let's see. Actually, before that, let me see if I can actually go downstairs using this team. No, it only lets you go up. That's interesting. So, junction exchange, where is... Switch. Let's go Zell and Irvine, and then Renoa. No, actually Selfie has the stuff, so leave her as is. So Quistis, Zell, Selfie, Quistis, Zell, and Selfie. Good. Let's go back to the residence of General Caraway, I guess. Oh, we can't go this way. Can't go that way as well. And that way is definitely blocked, so the only way to go is over here. I think. We're just following the general. I'm sure that he won't notice us. I'm sure he won't hear a thing, guys. Don't alert him to our presence.
So save here. I don't think she's very happy or very talkative. It'll be chaos out there soon. You'll be safe here. I don't think she wants to hear it. Oh no, he's gonna lock me in. I can do it. What just happened? Wait a second. Renoa, I'm sorry, Oh, great. So it was like a delayed door system where So it was basically like a home alarm system where you set it off and then it only activates after a few seconds. I'm kind of surprised that these guys didn't cross paths though. That's a bit goofy. Did we get locked in? That Caraway guy. We're smack dab in the middle of a family quarrel here. I'll just break the windows. This is bad. I'm worried about Renoa too. What do you mean? Renoa's probably on her way to see the sorceress as we speak. She wanted to help us. Yeah, but I feel like you were right the first time around where, you know, she didn't necessarily have the greatest plan, all things considered. So switch with selfie. Below Delling City. I think we're supposed to find the party of Squall and Irvine here. I guess that's another nice thing about Final Fantasy VIII. You don't have an excessive number of party members. So once you get all of these guys, it's relatively easy to keep track of their growth. Where are we even? Oh, there's a manhole cover, huh? But there's also like a downstairs. Oh, I don't want to go into the sewer. I feel like we're gonna have to go into the sewer. Which would be fine, except that we're only with Renoa right now. So be it. Actually, before we do that, let's confirm that there's no other ways here. Okay, I guess it is the only way. So just gotta make sure that she's junction. Yes, she is. We just did that. No, don't climb. And there's a door here. Hopefully we find that magazine. And yeah, the odds here are not great. Let me see if there's anything I can draw that I can use on my offensive. They're not that bad. Thunder or scan. And same. Nice. Down they go.
Getting some solo XP with Renoa. Getting some good monies. I really need to raise my seed rank at some point. Ooh, there's the magazine. Weapons Monthly May issue. Let's check out that May issue, see what it's all about. We'll turn it around. Induces sleep. You know, I probably should use this on Quistis. Nice. Now she's a degenerate. Degenerator. And she already knows this. I'm pretty sure she knows that. I hope she didn't already know Degenerator though. Okay. So here's the cutting trigger, which we don't have. That's a nice flaming sword. This cutting trigger is the latest model of the gun blade, made by replacing the blade of the revolver with a powerful cutting sword. Nice, nice. Then we've got the Valkyrie. The Valkyrie is a projectile weapon that can fly straight at the enemy using its stabilizing fins. The blade is extremely deadly. Can you imagine if somebody actually made like this sort of kite thing or boomerang that essentially looked like a sword and you could just fly it around? I feel like people would be controlling them like they would be like, what do you call it? Drones. It would be madness. It would be Sparta. The Ulysses. Why am I having such difficulty saying that? The Ulysses lacks style, but is a quality rifle with tremendous firepower. The inelegant design was necessary to absorb the powerful recoil after firing. And then, what is this? The Slaying Tail. This whip is known for its tremendous speed and power. It is named after Sleipnir, the horse of the legendary GF Odin, which we may meet at some point. All of the Angelo attacks, of course. Okay, so we've sorted these. Just wanted to make sure to see which limit breaks Quistis already has. Laser Eye, Ultra Waves, and Degenerator. I should probably check these before using items. Kills one enemy. Okay, well, good to know. Pretty straightforward attacks. Is there any way that we can actually break this open? Doesn't seem like it, but at least we got that magazine. And I was sure that there was a way to go while on ground. We didn't actually need to go underground. Can we draw anything good from this guy? Ooh, life. Draw all my lives. Okay, we probably shouldn't hang around for too long. Yeah, it's not really safe to actually attack this thing on my own, unfortunately. Fortunately, we have a fairly high magic stat. And I'm gonna use a potion on myself. And down they go. Diablos! And nothing really on this direction, I think. Two of these guys, I don't know if it's worthwhile hanging out. Thunder and Life. Thundara. Can I cast it on the second one? Oh, it won't actually do anything. That is no good, jeez.
I better. Run away. Ah, that was a close one. Yeah, again, it's not very safe to fight just with Renoa. But at least we did get that magazine. That is worth something. Let's just keep going. Again, I was trying to figure out where I'm actually supposed to go, and it wasn't perfectly clear. Oh, I think I remember. We're actually supposed to climb, right? Let me save before we go, and I'll actually use a tent. There we go. Checking the game folder. So let's go up these boxes. Wow. I'm not a seed, but I feel like she's climbing boxes like how I would climb boxes, very, very slowly. Which is kind of a surprising, given that she's actually very, very fast on the battlefield. I can do this. This isn't some kind of game. Okay, so we made it to the top. Where am I? Oh. This is one of those maps that you don't really see too much while you're actually playing the game. I think this is probably the only time where we visit it. There it is. Checking my ears here. Oh, I forget that she was actually going to go after her. Excuse me. I'm the daughter of, Galbadian Army's, General Caraway. I thought I'd come pay my respects. You know, 'cause of my father and all. So I, brought you a small gift. Please. Oh, I'm gonna stretch the lumbar. This is not gonna go well. I don't remember it going well. Should we go in front of her? Oh. Boom. And we're getting a bit of a coffee hands here. And we've got ads starting in about 3 minutes, folks. 3 minutes ads. Ugh. Were I to have these long straight locks. Was she like in VR at that point? If only I had that type of cape. I should borrow that for whenever I wake up. Just go like. And portal away. Oh, and I guess ads are starting in about 2 minutes. Hopefully the cutscene finishes before then. Science leads, liars bleed.
Here she comes.
Wait, she's just behind her now?
Oh, I think she's under her power, actually. I really like the feathering around her.
Yeah, so she's under her control.
Hey, that girl.
Renoa.
Lowlives. Shameless, filthy wretches. How you celebrate my ascension with such joy, hailing the very one whom you have condemned for generations. Have you no shame? What happened to the evil, ruthless sorceress from your fantasies? The cold-blooded tyrant that slaughtered countless men and destroyed many nations. Where is she now? She stands before your very eyes to become your new ruler. Ha ha ha. A new era has just begun.
Adia, are you alright?
This is reality. No one can help you. Sit back and enjoy the show.
And the crowd goes wild.
Ooh.
And of course, as we all know, whenever you pass away, you simply fade into little smoke. Like in Elden Ring.
Rest assured, you fools. Your time will come. This is only the beginning. Let us start the new reign of terror.
And I'll stop moving forward once the ads start, folks.
I will let you live a fantasy beyond your imagination.
Okay, and we got ads starting soon. Let's just drop it here.
Let us end this ceremony with a sacrifice.
Oh gosh, I can't stop this. We'll wait here until ads are over. It looks like my next fight is against Guineans. And of course, drink up, folks. Stay hydrated. Water is, after all, the essence which brings life. Alright, and welcome back from ads, folks. Let's go ahead and try and save Renoa.
Hey, she's in trouble big time. We gotta go help Renoa.
The parade hasn't started yet. The gate's not open.
You gotta be kidding.
Oh no, it's starting. We need to get out of here, quick.
So what are we doing? Wait. So that's the window, of course.
Not even a crack. Maybe there's a key or something.
Inside the room where she was locked in, why would there be a key? Okay, before I look up actually how to get out, let me try and figure it out. It's a cup. What is this?
No way! Pretty sneaky. Let's go. But we don't even know where it leads. No use staying here.
Everybody has like a secret cubby inside their house, right? Where you have a statue that needs to hold a cup. Everybody. Alright, let's go ahead and change junctions just in case we get into a fight. There was a fight. I think it's still going on. Zell with Irvine, just so that I keep things straight. And Renoa with Selfie. And one thing that I wanted to see is what every GF is learning. Magic plus 40. It's fine. Summon magic plus 10%. Strength plus 40 is solid. Magic plus 20. Brothers, what are you guys learning? And of course Diablo is learning the mug ability, which I need to steal items from enemies, so this is actually quite useful to me. Gotta prioritize that. Cool. So let me tent it up. Cool. Okay, so let's fight some of these creeps. Actually, I want to see what ability these guys have. Not that. Junction Quistis. They have nothing. See, that's the problem. Did I not switch? What am I doing here? What am I doing? Oh, come on. What a pain. And now it's left me back at low stats. Okay, now I have to make sure that everyone has the proper GF. So this one's for Quistis, Irvine, wrong, Selfie. So gotta switch Irvine and Zell. Oh, come on, why wouldn't the game warn me about that? Wasted a tent for nothing. It's a good thing I checked, I guess. Doesn't make it any better. So magic, GF, and draw is good. We've also got the treatment command, which is like a status thing. These are good. And then magic plus 20 is probably good too. Cool. And then auto, let's emphasize magic. Then it's Selfie. Abilities, magic, draw, and item. I really want to bring out GF some more, but I guess this makes sense for now. Magic, draw, and item, yeah. And then strength plus 20. Let's also emphasize attack on her. And then for Irvine. Irvine? Oh wait, we're not using Irvine, we're using Zell. Ability, magic, draw an item is fine. Vitality and spirit is good. And then emphasize attack. Okay. Once again, go for the tent. Wasting thousands of bucks here, folks.
Let's see what we find. And cheers to the ones that we lost along the way. Okay, so we're back in the sewers, of course. And welcome back, Daphmanian. OMG, you're making me want to play this game for a sixth time. To that I say, yeah, this is the reason. You watching this stream right now is a sign, like the movie Signs, that you should play this game for a sixth time. How are you doing, by the way? Good to see you. No, stop. Okay. Let's try to make it to the other side. Does the water wheel do anything? I doubt it. I'm in my prime. I have no idea what you mean by that. Oh, I see. You can just... Oh, there you go. That's kind of fun. There's a door here. Can we actually hop to the other side? It doesn't seem like we need to, so probably not. Good, thanks. How's your fine self? You know what? I have been better. I am better. I was just telling the stream earlier that I'm kind of just feeling a bit tired, and it's not that like I'm not sleeping enough or I'm not eating enough. I'm just, I don't know, maybe I'm just world weary. Or maybe it's just today, who knows? Tomorrow the sun will rise. But now the festival is starting. And of course, at this point, the sorceress has destroyed the president. Let's simply enjoy the music. Let's just vibe with it. I don't know how you... Is this like a head bopper? Is this like a... How would you even... Would you just hold out your phone and kind of just like... I don't know, I'm not a dancer. Well, I'm a dancer at heart. Let's see. I know the feels. I gave up caffeine in December, and boy, do I miss it. Well, mad respect. I can't imagine a time where I would have to give up caffeine. I know it's ultimately better for you, but I definitely need my 2 cups a day to function properly. But yeah, I'm glad that you've actually found balance in doing that. It's definitely tough. But there's more ways to be energized. Things like obviously proper rest, eating healthy, getting a good night's rest, and then just finding stimulating activities across the day. I feel like one of my downfalls really, and don't tell this to my coworkers, is that I don't find work that stimulating these days. That's how it goes. Now's our chance, come on! What are you waiting for? Renoma die! I don't know why I gave him that Matthew McConaughey voice. Inigo keeps asking me to do a Matthew McConaughey impression, so that's what it's gonna be. Let's see. Oh no, I missed Adia's filthy wretch's speech. Oh yeah, that already happened. I remember, like, back when this game first came out, that people who used to make AMVs, and of course I'm dating myself by suggesting that, would use this scene with the people dancing a lot. Preach. Yeah, I knew what you meant. I love how Cypher's just like, yeah, I made it. I'm here. I'm the king of the world. Just a second here. Okay. I hear the dance is directly ripped from MJ's Thriller. You know, if
if that were actually to be true, I wouldn't question it, because I do see some similarities in those dance moves. Wait, don't tell me I have to switch junctions right now. I'm probably going to just wait until I go into the sewer before I do that. Oh wait, actually we have to go up and save Renoa, so there's probably not going to be any time to actually do that. Let's switch junctions. This is such a pain. I'm going to stop using tents. Unless I'm glamping. So Squall switches with Quistis, which is dumb, because we literally just switched. Just do your thing. Let's check abilities. Magic, GPF, and draw. Good. And then Irvine has Pidos, Sephiroth. What the heck's wrong with you? Let's go with draw, actually. I like that. Exclamation mark specs. I don't know that I have that command, the Daft Minion. But let me know what you're actually looking for. Okay, so where was I? Yes, save. Daft Minion, a person in whom I can count on to bring cutting-edge verbosity. See, I posted specs. Curious what controllers you use. So I'm currently running on the PlayStation 5, so all I'm actually using is this thing. The PlayStation 5 controller, that's it. I am currently running this on the PlayStation 5. Is it because you notice a dip in quality or something like that? Nice. I remember when I was trying to get this Final Fantasy VIII remastered game, and of course my options were either getting it for the PlayStation 4 or getting it for the Switch. And I was originally thinking about doing it for the Switch, but the only thing that stopped me, and this is very silly. You're gonna be thinking like, this is a silly man, and I no longer respect him, is the fact that the Switch version was only digital, and it came coupled with Final Fantasy VII, and it was just like a re-release of Final Fantasy VII. And I was like, well, I don't know, I feel like I don't need an extra copy of Final Fantasy VII, and so I kind of just let it go. It was once again a very silly reason to actually do that. I also didn't want to just occupy more memory in my Switch, which is already at a very low storage space. Come on. I like how difficult it is for them to actually climb up these platforms. It is as if you threw me into this scene and I was trying to climb up this particular thing. Like sluggish, kind of like Max Payne 3. I am handy with a PS controller, but I hear Xbox is way better. So I'm actually not I'm not very familiar with Xbox consoles in general. I've actually only ever played them whenever I visited my friends. But I do have an Xbox controller for my computer, and I use an Xbox controller, a Series X or Series X, to play games off of Steam. And yeah, it does have a nice girth to it. It does have a nice grip. I don't know that I would necessarily call one better than the other. I don't think we can revive this guy. I don't think we can use a Phoenix down or anything. That's unfortunate. Alright, so we can't talk to the masses and give our speech. Unfortunately. Everybody seems way too
riled up with Edia's speech anyway, so I don't think anything's really gonna change their hearts. Just say it from your heart, will ya? Alright, so let's find Renoa. And of course we find 2 lizards with farmer's pants. Renoa. And we fight, and I know that we have to draw a GF from these guys. Let's see, give me just a second here to catch up. Let's see. One streamer I watch uses Switch controllers. Seems better to have the ability to separate your arm for a whole game. LOL. That's oh, you mean like the Joy-Cons? That's kind of surprising. So I run most retro games. I do run them on the Switch itself, but what I end up using is a Switch Pro controller, which actually is right here. This guy over here. But what I really dislike about it, and stop me if you've heard this before, it's just the control pad over here. It's just terrible on the Pro controller. It's butt, and nobody should be using that. Let's see. I bring extreme verbosity with exquisite agony. I like that you are a master of eloquence, staff minion. Welcome aboard once again. You are definitely not the quintessence of tomfoolery. Pull the trigger with the R1. Got it? Alright, let's draw. And there it is, Carbuncle. Wait. Alright, I got it. And I think we're just gonna GF it up. Quetzalcoatl. What can we draw from these guys? Cure, cast it on myself. Feel the storm. Let's do this right. Oh, wow, I failed. And I feel like the boost ability in this particular rendition of the game is extremely sensitive. It's like a single time where you make the fail, you go back to 75. Resonance. That's quite the hit. Let's do a siren. What is this? Stalk it. Oh no, my siren is burning. Break. I forget what that spell does. I think it's the one that makes it so that you don't maybe it breaks petrification? I'm not sure. Or it causes petrification? Oh, I don't have a boost on this one. No boost for us. Wow. Boom. For a very mediocre mid-boss, low-level boss, I'm quite sure. Thank you for the GG, boss. I honestly, that was very actually low stakes battle. But I appreciate it. Alright, now we finally get Renoa. I was scared. I don't know how to respond to this clearly. Really scared. It's over now. I was scared. I was really scared. You're used to battles, aren't you? I just couldn't. I couldn't fight alone. You're not ready for all this. Better get going. I haven't forgotten your order. Just stay close to me. Very knightly, very on point, Squall. You know, You act like if you don't want to say the right things at the right time, but then you surprise us and you say something like that. Play of the game. Let's see. I don't know, but I think break nullifies protection. Oh, okay. That actually makes a bit more sense. In that case, I'm sure that there's a spell that probably breaks shell. Big Apple, 3 a.m. I don't know why I said that. Okay. Okay, guys, so everyone is here. Just like in Smash Brothers Ultimate, let's junction Carbuncle to somebody. What is Carbuncle learning, by the way? Dare I ask how many playthroughs of this you have? So, I've never actually played the remastered version, but back when I was a young man, many moons ago, I must have played it a total of, I want to say 3 times, and maybe 2 of those times I beat it. I know one of them I definitely beat it. I forget how far I got into the second one, and I know that the first time around I was just like, I'm quitting, like in the middle of disc 1. So yeah, probably I want to say if I were to make a educated answer, I probably beat it twice. So it's been a while. It's been 1 week. Now that's a bopper. Let's go. Actually, how many times have you beat it? Actually, you told me from the beginning you beaten it 6 times or something like that. Let's see. What do the annals of time say? Oh no, the text is too small. 6 times, so at least 5 times. Let's go with magic. I feel like magic is probably one of the more important. Oh, but we've also got recovery, medicine, refinement. Let's go with magic simply because of how useful it is on the battlefield. And then maybe we move on to recovery, medicine, refine. Let's see. No, I wish. I don't know if I have beaten it. Well, no time like the present. Dare I ask, what are you currently running, or what are you playing these days? Let's junction. Let's switch junctions. So Renoa can switch with Selfie. I think that's how we were playing it. And then let's give Carbuncle to... So now that I'm seeing here, Quetzalcoatl and Siren. And Renoa has Ifrit and Diablos. We probably should just give her Carbuncle, actually. Seems her style. Magic draw an item is good. I should probably rethink the arrangement of my GFs at some point. But that point is not today. Brothers in Shiva. Brothers in Arm. And auto, let's go for attack. Okay. Let's see, can't bear to finish. I enjoy the grind so much. I get that. I feel like if I had all the time in the world, that I would probably like spend a lot of time just drawing from enemies and playing the card game, which I definitely enjoyed. Though it can get a bit repetitive, but I definitely enjoy it. And thank you very much for the follow, Anonymous. We have anonymous follows here, so everybody's called Anonymous until you identify yourself if you so choose. But you're welcome to lurk, or you're welcome to say something. Let's see. Final Fantasy IX is absolute evil, the worst video game in the history of the PlayStation 1. Now I'm sure that you're resorting to satire. Welcome, Un Davidino. In a ranking of all Final Fantasy finals, where would you place the 9th chapter? So, I gotta say, I haven't played every single Final Fantasy. 9 is one big one that I haven't played, but a lot of people that whose opinions I appreciate place it very high. Why do you dislike it? And sorry if I missed your message, Daft. Although FF9 is a very replayable and pick it up from time to time. Okay, so that's probably what, why you mentioned that Davidino. By the way, let me know what you prefer to call me to call you. I'm just assuming that that's what you would like to go by. Now, in terms of my favorite Final Fantasy, actually, this is the one. This is the one, folks. And yeah, don't give me this or that about the junction system. I know. It's not great, but I like this story. Alright, I think we need to go back to the sewers, probably. Back to the sewers with Donatello, Michelangelo, Versace. Let's see, I cry every time I see Tidus fall into the void and high-five his father with his hand. So that's close to the end. Let's try and avoid. Well, I guess it's a weird thing to. Let's simply avoid discussion of the endings. Just in case some of our lurkers know that. But I know exactly what scene you're referencing, and yeah, it is very heart-rending. I will say that. Final Fantasy X is definitely one of the most hard-hitting Final Fantasies if we're talking emotionally. And how do we go down from here? Why can't I see and then vanish forever and abandon? Na-na-na. What a fantastic ending! I absolutely agree. Once again, let me not suggest that that's a bad ending. I absolutely loved it. Why can't I? What am I missing here? Let's speed it up and. Oh, I guess we're just earning money. We're just earning money. Maybe we need to go through the crowd at this point. I vaguely remember that. My name is David. In Italy, Davidino is a little David. I like that. Well, good to have you here, David. You know, I think I was listening to a podcast earlier today, and one of the podcast hosts was talking about visiting Italy in the next few weeks. And they were talking about this particular dish that they were looking for. I think it was called like bucatelli or something like that, which I've never heard of. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. We've got ads starting very soon. This is madness. So not this way. Maybe here? Ooh. Let's wait here until ads are done. Okay, and I think we are back from ads. Yes, I think so. Okay, so all we actually needed to do was go down this little pipe, little thing, which wasn't necessarily very evident. Let me catch up on chat here. True, I literally cried to death at the end of 10. Yeah, you know, I've only played a little bit of X2, and I enjoy that game and I enjoy the battle mechanics. But one thing that I feel is not... I feel like Final Fantasy X had a fairly perfect ending because of the stakes and everything.
And I'm not gonna talk about the ending of Final Fantasy X too, but I feel like it kind of undermines some of the emotions that you felt during that particular ending. So that's my thing, I guess. Random. I like Final Fantasy VIII. Well, clearly, welcome to the club. Welcome to the club, David from Italy. And we've got our weapon. Irvine Caneas, it's in your hands now. Huh? Why do you get all quiet? Oh, he must be concentrating. Yeah, that's what that is. He's concentrating. Loneliness of the sharpshooter. I guess he has a point. Can't hear anything from in here. What's going on with the parade? I wonder. Cypher. So he's alive. Renoa. Cypher's alive. He was in the parade with the sorceress. And to your health. What does it mean? Who knows? If I were to face the sorceress directly, would I have to go through Cypher? That's the way it goes as a seed. You can't choose your enemies. I may end up killing Cypher. You're both prepared, right? That's the kind of world you live in. You've had a lot of emotional training. But, of course, I'd rather it not happen. It's all up to Irvine. Huh? Is he freaking out? Don't tell me you're getting the jitters. That's what it's generally called, right? That's the medical term for this, the jitters. Let's see. Yes, a sharpshooter. He will get our done. Get her done. There's a right way to say that. Get her done. Don't tell me you're getting... Okay. So I'm actually a terrible player when it comes to first-person shooters. Like I only play those games with my siblings. But whenever we do play, I end up being the sharpshooter because I can't do frontline fighting at all. And that doesn't mean I'm good at sharpshooting. I'm still terrible, but it is what I prefer. I can't do it. Ugh. He doesn't like that. Alright, and back to the sewers. Let's change junctions. I wish this was automatic. And Zell with Irvine. And then Renoa with Selfie. OMG, he had one job. Well, you know what they say, if people are expecting this one thing of you, and if you just get like your head wrapped around that issue, sometimes it's difficult to pull it off. That is why I don't let people depend on me on the one soul thing. Okay, so let me just make sure that everyone has their proper abilities. That's not what I was looking for. Not at all. Anyways, it's good to know that we got some cool Final Fantasy VIII fans around here. Okay, cool. And then it is Zell, the banking app. Nice. Alright, and then I gotta... see, this is the troubles. The troubles. Let's highlight magic with Questus. Yeah, that makes sense. Then with selfie, let's highlight attack. And then with Zell, let's also do attack. Much better. So this is closed. Oh, now it's open. Imagine that. Oh, it opened? I thought we had to take the water wheel. What am I... Maybe I'm thinking of the other side. I can't wait to see you on the other side. I like how we act like this sewer is inaccessible when you could theory just hop along this little waterway to get to the other side. Oh, so much crap. Chance for first strike. Let's try to see if we can get some magic from the creeps, but first let's kill most of these guys. Maybe we can draw. Come on, just get the Shivas out. Nice. And there he goes. And I am terrible at this. Oh, come on. I probably messed that up the last time too. Okay, so at least the bats are gone. Let's go ahead and take out 2 of these guys. Let's take out the creeps. Oh, this is a pretty strong attack, actually. And she just has, like, gigantic spiked balls on her. Oh, that's no good. And it is gone? Yes, it is. Nice. So let's get some lives. And let Selfie do some healing. Actually, maybe let's Zell do some healing. These guys are pretty strong. Let's do 2 more rounds of this and then we'll be done with it. No use wasting our time here. Nice, all the lives. Alright, let's go on the offensive. And of course he whiffs. Nice, okay. So Quistis can attack. Draw some lives. And is he out? Yes, he is. I just can't help myself. I have to farm all of the enemies. Yeah, and I get that. The only reason, believe it or not, the only reason why I'm trying to be more efficient, and this is really not efficient. The reason why I'm not just like sitting there and drawing all the entire like 100 lives is because I feel like nobody would be entertained by that. And dare I say it, sometimes I like to entertain. Alright, so we can take the wheel or not. Yeah, I get that.
Alright, so we have some lives. Let's heal up using just regular pots. So let's just cross. I don't think we need to do anything fancy here. Let's just go this way. And that's where we got the weapons magazine, I believe. But let's check it out anyway. Oh, we can't actually go that way, huh? Interesting. Oh. As Sonic once said, that is no good. But let's go down this way. Just in case there's anything. There's a drop point, I guess. But I don't think we can make it that way. Sewers can be just a bit confusing in this city. It's probably because we enter it from so many different locations. Kind of like those sewers in Earthbound, where you meet the giant rat. Those are actually pretty straightforward. It's like, Ails, what are you talking about? No need for any of this. Let's go on the attack. And bat number 3. I think we have all the thunders we need. Thunder? Feel the thunder? And down they go. Nice, a level up by Selfie. A Vampire Fang. Vampiric Monster Fang. No new abilities learned, unfortunately. Ooh. And let's draw. Esuna. Just give it to Quistis. Doesn't really matter. If it's only 3 of them, they're not really that valuable. And I think we take the wheel here, right? Maybe? Maybe yes, maybe no. Interesting. Oh, this is strange. I really thought it was a thing where we actually climbed onto the wheel, but... Another one of these creeps. We can stock some more lives here. Speaking of stalking. So Quistis will be on the attack. Looking at that wheel, it's traveling down. You know, I didn't even think about that. But that makes sense. Well, it's traveling down from one side. Maybe it's not traveling down from the other side. And she's keeping him asleep. I like how she's just lashing at him while at the same time we're just wailing on the guy. And down it goes. Cool. So how about from... stop the fast motion here for a second. Yeah, so even from this side we can't actually do that. So maybe we need to travel back here. There's something that we missed here. Maybe this door. Ooh, this door opens. Didn't even see that. Please tell me this is close to the exit. That would be nice.
It's like some of these things are doors and some of them are not. It's kind of a disconcerting in some ways. Let me catch up on chat for a second. How do you feel about the planned FF9 remake? I know that you're addressing that question to David, but I did hear about that, and given that I never played it, I don't actually have any strong feelings one way or the other. Okay, I remember this part. Nice. And then we go this way, right? At this point, I'm kind of just taking random directions. It's like, no, this is not where you're supposed to go. And welcome first time chatter, Casual T. Do you prefer tea or do you prefer casual? Let's just GF these guys. How do I like FF8? FF8 is actually my favorite Final Fantasy, so I'm enjoying it. I kind of just wish I had more time. We are getting very close to my Cinderella time, as they say. Let's not call for Quetzalcoatl. Let's find a save point. Whatever works for you, I go by both. Let's go with Casualty. Casualty is actually good. Are you a fan of Final Fantasy VIII? I'm intrigued, I would like to know. Tell me the secret of the cloud. Blast them. And maybe Siren hopefully finishes the job here. Let's see. I doubt you would be disappointed with 9. See, lots of folks have actually told me that it would be great. And like I said, I've heard very good opinions from people that I trust. It's just that I haven't made time for it. It's really as simple as that. It looks very classic. It looks very delightful. I don't know that I would love Tetra Master as much as I love Triple Triad. But, you know, none of us are perfect. Oh. Can't use any magic. They were both out. Same, I love that fate. One of my favorite parts is coming up. Sorry, it seems like they're calling me on the other line. I need to find a save point. Creeps cards. Let me actually turn off attacks, turn off battles, so I can actually get to the next save point. I don't even remember this is the right path, but I'm going to assume that it is. Yes. See, yeah, I have played it a great deal since its release. I love it. That's awesome. Yeah, classic Final Fantasy. There's something definitely to be said about classic Final Fantasies, you know? I would probably say that I haven't played too many Final Fantasies myself. I played 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. I played Tactics Advance, and I played a good bit of Final Fantasy 14. Well, sorry, not a good bit. Very little Final Fantasy 14. Never finished the actual first part of the story. Oh, finally, a ladder. Oh, come on. Come on. Okay, let's take the ladder. Maybe this is where we're supposed to go. Ladder up. Ladder up. And let's find that safe spot. Okay, nice. A safe spot. Let's actually wrap it here. Very cool. And double save because we are never too sure. And thank you very much for the follow. I'm assuming that's you, Casual, but if it is not, welcome new follower. I appreciate that. All follows are anonymous simply because we don't want to call folks out. Let's actually go back to intermission over here. Let me see what's okay. I don't know which I loathe most, Triple Triad or Blitzball. Are you telling me, Daft, that you don't love Blitzball? And going through the same tune over and over, the hot tropical beats of Blitzball. Do I not have my... Okay, let's turn off that sound. I think we have Sorry playing, so Sorry is playing right now. I love both of those games, but I can see them being divisive. I actually like Blitzball, but I kind of love it because of the potential that I saw. Because yes, it does get repetitive, but if you had like some way of like tweaking those mechanics and maybe making it into like a multiplayer game, that it would be kind of sweet. That's all I'll say about that. I understand why it's not the best thing in the world. Let's see. Following for the FF8 love. Maybe catch you next time you play it for us, brother. You. That's okay, we love folks of all sorts here. Turn-based sports, how can you not love it? I do remember playing the old Super Famicom Captain Tsubasa 3, which was a turn-based role-playing game, sports game, which I still love to this day. But that's enough banter, folks. Unfortunately, I have to finish early today. So, once again, I'm Ails. I stream on Thursdays and Fridays. Thursdays I stream retro, and on Fridays I stream modern. Currently for retro I'm running Final Fantasy VIII, as you can plainly see, and on Fridays I'm currently streaming Baldur's Gate 3, so I'll be doing that tomorrow at 1 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. I sometimes play other games though. I'm trying to make it so that it doesn't get old when I play very long campaigns, and I know that Final Fantasy VIII is going to be a very long campaign, for better or for worse. Before we actually go, let me actually, let's see, make it a 6v6 online multiplayer. This is why you are here, casual, because you are exactly right on the money. Schedule laters. Yeah, thank you once again, Daft, for popping in. Before I actually let everyone go, and also you're free to go, you don't have to wait for me, but I will go ahead and try and raiding another friend of the stream, and I'm thinking that maybe a good person to raid today will be our friend Jackie. She's currently playing Oracle of Seasons, which is a very fun game. She also has lots of bunnies, so if you like a corgi like I do over there, I'm sure that you will like her. Let me go ahead and set up that raid. I do have a raid message in case anybody's interested, but let me go ahead and find that first. Raid channel. Search Jackie Soar. So let's start that raid. And where's my raid message thing? So hashtag raid / for viewers. Feel free to copy that message and raid followers for any followers. I'm going to copy that myself. And so, as I like to end these things, stay thirsty, Elpac. We'll see you again. That was not smooth. you.